Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I do not guarantee that OBS will not act up in the new year, because it probably will. Alright, let's see who we have in the chat. Because we have Retro Techie. Hi, Retro Techie. We have Gut Bomb. Yes, Gut Bomb, to answer your Discord question, I am going to be putting this card that is in front of me into Computer. We have Adam McGee. Hi, Adam. We have RetroMac UK Shorts. Yo. We have Jesse, I8386SX. Yes, and, well, Steve's streaming, but, well, what can I do? So, anyways, hopefully those that are watching Steve stream will come here after he's done, or maybe someone can, like, tactfully share the stream there. So, you'll guess it one of these days, Retro Techie. At this rate, you'll guess it in 87,000 years. Ah, we have Christian Iverson. Hi, Christian. All right, what do we have here? We have a generic cloned Apple II disc controller with a random piece of tape stuck on the window of the IC so that I don't break the internet. Because you know how fragile the internet can be when you apply thermal paste or, I don't know, other silly shenanigans like, yeah, apply thermal paste or not put tape over the windows of EPROMs. Gutbomb thinks my middle name is Dank. Nope. Keep guessing. So, given the history I have with Computer, I'm going to verify. Oh, I just noticed that the only thing that's socketed is the EPROM. Alright, well, I'm going to verify the card is not shorted. Gutbomb says, don't forget to paste the optical drive. For the record, that optical drive had paste on it from the factory. Alright, well, I was going to test all the logic ICs before I put this in Computer, but I see now that I look at it, the only thing socketed is the EPROM, and that's likely not shorted. So I'm just going to at least make sure the card is not electrically shorted, because I don't feel like replacing 30-some more logic chips in Computer. Yes, Gutbomb likes the goofy ROM chips in Computer. Yes, I need to transfer the label from the broken ROM chip to the replacement that Sorcerer Stan sent me. Hi, Rudy. Welcome. Also, before I plug this into Computer, the other thing I'm going to do, and I will zoom out for this, so I did not just buy a disc controller. Oh, hi, Sadmac. Yeah, the factory painter's tape, yes. It came with not one, but two of these lovely slimline drives. They're Super 5 drives. Never heard of the brand. Uh-oh. Here's an interesting warning sticker you don't see every day. Yes, I have two of them. They match. Oh, including matching warning stickers on them. All right, let me zoom in so that you can. This equipment has not been tested to show compliance with new FCC rules 47 CFR Part 15, designed to limit interference to radio and TV reception. Operation of this equipment in a residential area is likely to cause unacceptable interference to radio TV communication, requiring the operation to take whatever steps are necessary to correct the interference. And yet these things are in metal cases, so what? I guess it must be the ribbon cable coming off of them. Well, I don't think they could cause any more interference than anything else, so I'm not going to worry about it. Hi, Sloopy, welcome. And Sloopy says, about time my tab started working. Yes, so anyways. Rudy says, good drives. Yes, they do look nice. They're both Super 5 drives. They both look identical. And the really cool thing is, other than they were made in Tokyo, Japan, so the best stuff's made in Japan, Doc. They have write protection. Rudy says these drives and the teak drives are the best clone floppy drives. Jesse says Justin gets knock on door. Let's see here. I don't remember what the serial number on the other one is to see how close they are. The other one is serial number. Oh, can I fit both on the frame somehow? Well, kind of sideways. So we got 440 43896, I believe it is, and 440 43781. They are quite possibly about the same age, because that's only a separation of a little over 100 in the serial number. That's what, 115? So, yeah, these may actually probably were bought at the same time. So they are in fairly decent physical condition on the outside, but I am going to open them up and just kind of double check inside, because they'll probably need cleaned and lubricated. I mean, this one's got a, well, okay, so that's kind of a slightly deep scratch. It looks like it might be going to the primer, or at least it scuffed off the dirt, at least. I might actually try wiping that off, because that might just be mostly through the dirt. The feet are gone, but I guess that means they're not making a sticky mess. It does look like there was some attempt to permanently attach the cable that is gone. And on this other drive, I think it kind of almost looked like, oh, maybe not. So this one's, I guess, in about a similar condition. It looks like there's something sitting on top of it, here and here. But I don't see similar marks on the other drive, and they're square. So I don't know that those are floppy drive marks, but also I think they are spaced. Well, I think they're spaced just a little bit too far to be the from this other drive here. All right, Rudy's asking, what clone computer did you get? It is the MCA clone that I've actually taken a look at in a couple other live streams, and at least last time I plugged it in, it's working. Knock on wood. So I did have to replace like 30 some logic chips to get it working. Because something had happened to it at some point. I don't know what. So I'd honestly been looking for a clone disk controller card for it, because it did not have a disk controller in it. But I think it probably had one at some point because there was a Z80 card in it. And there was a clone Saturn memory card in it. But no disc controller card. Yeah. And it kind of felt slightly wrong to put an Apple disc controller in it because, oh, what do you know? It's a TAC mechanism, so that's good. All right, I think those 4 screws on the bottom may be the only thing that was holding the floppy drive in, so I'm thinking if I should be able to maybe remove the mechanism now. Well, theoretically, it should just pop out now. Although it feels like something is still holding it in. So, what are the chances they glued it in? All right. You know, these actually look really clean inside. Maybe I don't really need to open them up. Other than the fact I would at least like to clean the heads, and to get to them, I really need to get to the other side of the drive. All right. Ah, Rudy says the markings on the top was from a Disc 2 drive. Okay. Ah, that would make sense. Maybe whoever had these drives had an actual Apple drive at some point, and maybe they got these drives because I wonder if these drives were used to like write onto write protected discs. Maybe these drives were used to duplicate software. That I have no way of knowing because the person that was selling this card, I don't remember them having anything else that would have told me, yep, yeah, this was a former disk duplication drive, but it is so clean. There we go. There we go. Oh, wow. This is like a really clean drive. I do see. That was probably a tantalum cap, so I am going to just make sure this isn't. I'll figure out which pin is 12 volts and ground and make sure it's not shorted. Oh, does this drive? It looks like it has an actual. Ah, yeah. Rudy says good drive because no belts. Also, it looks like it has a track 0 sensor. If I'm looking at this correct, because that looks like an optical sensor. So, I bet this is one of those drives that doesn't do the annoying thing when you turn the computer on. Although it may do the annoying pop thing because there's that tantalum. Looks like there's a tantalum there. And I don't know what the little white mark on the top is. So I'm going to make sure the board's not shorted. And I think there's another tantalum capacitor right there. Otherwise, the drive is very clean. I mean, this is like a really clean drive. There's a foam pad here that I think presses down on the disc, and it's actually in good condition. Yeah, I bet this drive works just fine. I am going to. I'm not even sure it needs lubricated. I'm just gonna plug this drive. Yeah, is that the drive speed potentiometer? I'm presuming. Probably. Because that does appear to be the only potentiometer, so I think that one probably is. Oh, hi, Scarlett. Welcome. All right, well, this drive is like in incredibly clean condition. It honestly, if this was in storage, it looks like this drive was in climate controlled storage. Hi, Ryan. Welcome. This drive is like so clean that I think the only thing I'm going to do is just check that the 12 volts is not shorted, and then I'll try to power this up. I'm not going to clean it, not going to lubricate it. I'm just going to. Rudy's. Has Justin regretted it yet? No, Ryan. Look how clean this drive is. I have done nothing to it, and I am not going to do anything to this drive on the inside, at least, except check to make sure the 12 volts isn't shorted. And I think Rudy's like wants smoke to come out. And I gotta look at the pin out of the 20 pin connector. Oh, don't worry, Rudy. There's still a chance I'll mix up the pins and check the wrong two for a short. Um. Okay, this is interesting. Apple Disc 2. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I believe the pins I'm looking for are pin 13 is 12 volts, I believe. Actually, it looks like pins 13 and 15 are 12 volts. And pins 1, 3, and 5 are ground. Okay. Ah, all right. I think I can get to the power connector. Rudy's saying, just clean the heads and try it. All right, well, I'll clean the heads. But I'm still checking for shorts. After all, if there's a YouTube short in here, I want to find it and ask YouTube why they felt the need to put one in here. And maybe the reason I want to check for shorts is because I saw a Facebook post of someone who bought a floppy drive and had the tantalum throw a temper tantrum. Oh, hold on. Let me go look the pin out again. Whoops, wrong browser. Let's see. 1, 3, 5. I don't know what 7 is, but it's not a. So 9 is negative 12 volts. That one's fine. 11 is 12. 13 is. Oh, no. 11 is 5 volts. 13 and 15 are 12 volts. Okay. This drive appears to be good. If I ever want to sell these drives, I'll keep you in mind, Rudy, but at the moment, they're for computer, so... Also, apparently Oh, was about to put this one upside down. That would have been embarrassing. So far, no regrets. I will, after I inspect the other drive, I will probably then admit to how much I paid, and we can decide whether I got a good deal or a bad deal. Or maybe I'll test them first, and then... all right, let's see here. Come on, slide on in. Why is this not... Oh. I think there's... let's see here. Hold on, I'm trying to... The case is seemingly catching on something. Oh. But I can't tell what it's catching on. Not the ribbon cable. Oh, there we go. It's just, I think, a really tight fit to... I sure thought that would... Oh, hey, Kibbs. Welcome. Yes, it is cold in Virginia now. In fact, they're calling for snow this weekend. I don't know if that's because there's actually a chance of snow this weekend, or whether the grocers said, we need to sell milk and bread. Give us a weather forecast conducive to sell milk and bread. You know, I think maybe the faceplate on this one was a bit misaligned, so... No, I can see the cable. It's not the cable. It's, I think this faceplate might be... I think the faceplate's bowed out slightly. Because if you can see on this little metal piece here, there's like a line where it's shinier, and I think this plastic... Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Now it's back together. Well, winter's not late here. It generally doesn't snow. And if it's going to snow in Virginia, it's usually not before January anyways. At least not... Well, okay, at the elevation I'm at, it usually doesn't snow of any significant amount before January anyways. In higher elevations, and I think on the other side of some mountains, they've gotten some snow already. But on this side of the mountain that I'm on, and that would be the Blue Ridge Mountains I'm talking about. On this side of the Blue Ridge Mountains, and not on the mountain, it hasn't. I mean, I think I might have seen a couple snowflakes, just like a few scattered snowflakes, but nothing. No, it usually doesn't snow of any amount before January, anyways. Although, this time 2 years ago, I had no power because we got a big snowstorm January 2nd, and I had no power for like 2 days. So that was 2 years ago. Jesse says, by Wisconsin standards, it's late. I'm scared. Yeah. Gibbs says, winter hasn't come in Hungary for years. I miss snow. Well, maybe this will be the year you all will get some snow. Gutbomb says, the lack of bad snow is one of the major things drawing me down to the region. Yeah, I mean, we can get bad snows occasionally, but they're not like the everyday occurrence or every week occurrence. This time, I mean, the problem with the snow 2 years ago, it wasn't the snow so much as the ice that accumulated on trees and brought them down. That was really what took the power out, was the ice that accumulated on the trees, not the snowfall. Yeah, it won't be like a Boston winter. Actually, these are not that dirty. Because, so actually, I think that scrape on the top of it is actually a scrape that's going down to like a base layer of the paint. So, yeah, this time 13 years ago, we were about to get the first of like 3 major snow events. That was a wild winter. I remember that because it was 2010 and, oh no, 14 years ago. That's right. We're in 2024 now. Yeah. Brain, math. Oh. Oh. Sad that had nothing to do with that floppy drive. All right, let's open up the other one just to kind of double check it that it's a floppy drive and not a, I don't know, a gremlin in disguise. But yes, so yeah, Gut Bomb, if you look at jobs in Charlottesville, we could be almost neighbors. Or maybe you were looking to be just a bit further north in the DC area where there may potentially be more programming jobs. Again, this drive is like starting to look like another. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, this drive is just a bit dustier. You're only looking for remote work, so you could be literally anywhere. Ooh, good plan. Good plan. Again? Oh, wow. Yeah. Like, this is like super clean. there's like not hardly. I mean, I found that little puff of dust on the bottom. It does look like whatever this thing is disintegrating a little bit. So, oh, I forgot to clean the heads on the first one. Oh, I'll do that later. I'll clean these heads because this piece is disintegrated just a little bit on this one. But the foam pad under this metal piece is fine. Yeah, the only thing I blew off was whatever this was. Probably a piece of tape or something to be a spacer or something. But yeah, there we go. This is like clean. I don't think I can say that I regret this unless there's like some uncorrectable alignment issue with these. You're looking basically anywhere north of Richmond, south of Fairfax that is decently affordable. Hmm. I'll have to put my thinking cap on for that one. And I don't see anything on that. I think that was a clean drive head. All right, again, I'm going to check for shorts, and I'm actually, given how good of a condition these are in, I'm really not expecting to find anything. I think these two drive. Oh, closer to Fairfax for Micro Center. There's Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg might be the place to check out. Then I'm sure there's is trying to think of what's further north than that. Or maybe right north of Fredericksburg. That would probably be where to look. All right, so that should be a ground. That's a ground. All right, we're good. We are good. Except I am going to. There's whatever that foam was on top of the drive. It's kind of. Oh, I guess let me actually. I bet it was a foam pad that actually was probably put there because that could have touched the top of the drive. So there we go. I cleaned that off. I mean, these are like either these were in use for a while, or actually I'm kind of wondering if this was maybe some computer that was like sitting in the well, I did that with the other one. I put it in upside down. There we go. I don't know. These were in climate controlled storage and or stored in an office or something. These are like immaculately clean. Hey, Jeremy. Here we go. Yeah, another immaculately clean. I don't know how this drive is this clean considering it's probably close to 40 years old. I'm trying to look for a date code on it. 1983. Yeah, I think it's probably a 41-year-old drive. And it is like so spotless inside. This was stored in like an office or climate controlled storage. Wondering if maybe it was in an office under a dust cover. I don't know. It's like, I mean, it looks so clean. I don't think it's something the seller cleaned. Rudy says, I will find these drives even more reliable than the Disk 2 drive. Yes. And probably the fact that these were, wherever they were stored, that environment was so clean. I didn't see anything on the disc heads of this one. All right, they're a bit fiddly to put back together because the case is so... precision engineered. Oh, no, Jeremy says, bad news, side note, my Christmas present Subaru, I cannot keep it due to some legal strings being tied up until years from now. Ugh. Yikes. All right. There we go. I got it back together. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Jeremy. Gut Bump says, when I store drives, I always just keep them in individual bags. Yes, these were Ziploc fresh. More or less. I mean, seriously, these drives are so clean. So clean. I mean, I would have thought if they were using this drive even to today in an office that the drive heads would have magnetic, like, would have picked up something. Jeremy says, I was eyeing a Ford Econoline before I got the Subaru, so I'll pursue that. Yeah. All right, so I've got two of these wonderful, reliable floppy drives with the cool write protect feature, so I could actually change this convenient jumper here. And now every disk oh, whoops, wrong position. If I put it here, now every disk I put in this, maybe these drives were vacuum sealed for years, although they obviously have been used, because this drive does have the ghost footprint of some Apple II drives. So I'm wondering if maybe someone had a computer they were using for duplication, maybe? And they had maybe an Apple II drive as their main boot drive, and then maybe these two floppy drives with the add-on disk controller card was something they got to duplicate disks. Although, interestingly enough, they were both they're both set to the normal mode. So maybe they just got these because they were cheaper. But I mean, there definitely was an Apple II drive sitting on that or something. Rudy says you should store diskettes in individual bags too. Yeah. All right. So I got 2 floppy drives. The only other thing I need to do, and that's only because I don't want to like risk my computer, is I do want to check and make sure that this card is not like going to short something to ground, because I still don't know. I mean, I think the cause of the computer having 30 some logic chips go bad was probably its original power supply that was sketchy as all get out. I'm just going to double check that there's nothing amiss with this card. Because it is quite possible that because I tried to put a language card in computer, and it's possible that was what shorted as well. Although I haven't tried putting it in anything else since, because I can't afford to replace a whole bunch of chips in something. Although maybe what I should do is check to see if that card is shorted, and if it's not, then maybe it's safe to test it again. All right, I'm trying to find a pinout of the connector because I don't know which pins are which, although I think I see... Well, actually, I think I got a good idea of which one is possibly ground. All right. I think I see ground in 2 of the voltage rails. All right. Maybe is this in the technical note? Nope. Apple II info wiki. All right, maybe this will... All right, if anyone by chance finds the pinout for the Apple II card edge before I do, feel free to say something. Oh, there we go. Is this it? Yes. All right. So pin 1 is ground. And according to this very vague... Okay. So pin 1 is ground. All right. Let me find the negative side of something that I know is the negative side of something. Oh, wait. I think that's the... No, that's not the... Oh, that is the negative side. That may not be pin 1, even though it's marked pin 1. That might be pin... Maybe that's actually pin 26. I bet this is pin 1. Oh, yeah. Okay. There we go. So pin 1 is the pin on the other side, but I can use this pad right here because that's a via coming from the other ground on the other side. So that also means... Oh, I think I need to check this on the other side because pin 8 is negative 12, pin 9 is negative 5. 25 is 12, and 26 is plus 5. So actually, I can get to all of these from this side of the board. All right. So, all right. So pin 1 is ground. So pin 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is should be, I think, negative 12. And then this is negative 5. And this is 12. And this is plus 5. Excellent. Okay. This card is not shorted. Also, I guess if anyone is curious, and if it might make any more, we can make any more observations about it. So this card does have a copyright micro psi 1981 24118 Bravo Victor Oscar. 24118 BVO. Bravo Victor Oscar. And it looks like the PCB may have a date of 1983, 23rd week. So maybe that's the date of when it was updated. And I believe this is just a 2-layer board. Probably is. See the inner layers. Anyways. And I guess we'll zoom. Let me zoom out a little bit. And logic chips wise, if anyone's curious, I see. Oh, zoom in. In case anyone's wondering. So it looks like we've got 84, 83, 83, 83, 83, 83, 83, 84. That's 15th week of 84. Yep, that's 5th week of 84, 15th week of 84, 83, 83. Whoop. There's the one that was 15th week of 84. It's a 74 LS 14 NA. There's 83, 83, 82, I believe. 84 first week, 84 first week, 83 10th week, 83, 83, 83. So it looks like this was made sometime after the 15th week in 84. The EEPROM is a B2708, made in 1980. So 2708. So I guess that EEPROM is probably replacing the 2 smaller EEPROMs that'd be on an actual Disc 2 card. So, is it fixed yet? Actually, Retrotech, it might have not been broken. God, okay, now I'm kind of wondering, can my programmer read a 2708? Ooh, maybe not. It's got a 27C. Oh, no. No. No, I do not believe it can. That is actually probably such an odd 27. No. Okay, not even my old programmer can do that. All right, so that'd probably require an adapter to write a new one if necessary. All right. I guess there's no time like the present. to let me go get computer. Oh, computer. Now, since I've last had computer on the bench, I have put one other card in it. However, I've not tested that card. But because it's an Apple card, I'm willing to risk it. Unlike generic clone cards that I don't know I don't know their history. So I bought as you might see, I have an oh hey Sean. Yes, use my words. I can't. It's Virtual Monday today. I have an Apple II Plus style connector. Because I found this on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. It's a Super Serial card. So, yes, I got a Super Serial card for a computer. And it even has the proper... Alright, I do not know what I just managed to knock over remotely. Alright. Now, the one thing I have to find, and I don't think it moved very far. Famous last words. I need to find the 12-volt power adapter that plugs into that. I do know that's downstairs because I saw it while I was on Joe's stream on... Oh, I guess that was yesterday. Alright. Ah, yes, this is the one with the pretty ROMs, yes. I do still have the ROM that came out of here to try to remove the label to put onto here. I am going to need the 12-volt power adapter, though. Alright. If I were thinking yesterday when I saw it and knew I would need it today, where would I have put it? A, in plain sight. B, in plain sight, but then promptly set something on top of it. C, move it to some place that I know that I'll remember where it is, except for the fact that I didn't fall asleep till 3 a.m. Because, well, I guess that dread of going back to work after being on vacation. Or D, I was hungry and ate it. Yeah, it says D8. It should have a sticker on it that says 2. Yeah, they were numbered 1 through 6 because obviously they were legitimate ROMs. They were backup copies of the ROMs. Yeah, we'll go with that. All right, well, I'll go ahead and plug my disk controller card in. And now, if you'll just give me a moment, let me see if I can find that 12-volt power adapter. You know, I sure thought I might have set it, put it in plain sight, like maybe right beside. Oh, yeah, I got home later than I wanted to because I went to the grocery store on the way home. I didn't want to, but I wanted bread, so I had to go to the grocery store because I went to the grocery store earlier. Oh, I think yeah, I went to the grocery store Sunday afternoon. Or no, maybe it wasn't Sunday. It was Saturday. I think it was Saturday afternoon, and there was like no bread, and I realized they probably weren't going to get bread until after the New Year. They were like out of all the bread I wanted. They had only the expensive, fancy breads that were only dated till like January 1st, anyways. I was like, no, I don't want bread that bad. I'll just wait till Tuesday after they'll probably get a bread delivery Tuesday, and then they'll have plenty of bread. Good thing I went today because they had like one loaf left of the bread I wanted. Because apparently I wasn't the only one that wanted bread. Or no, they had two loaves left. The one in plain sight and then the one way in the back. All right, hold please. Please continue to hold. The next available representative while you wait, would you like to discuss the wonderful technology of Apple AirTags with your rep? With Apple AirTags on everything you'll need to find later. Now I'm actually thinking I did not actually have the power adapter. Maybe that's why I can't find it. Maybe I did not actually have the correct power adapter in my hands. So now that I am looking for the power adapter with the single barrel jack on it, maybe the reason I can't find it is because I actually did not have it in my hand, which is a problem. Okay, I guess I'm gonna take a moment to try to remember where I had it. This this computer, I would like to rebuild the power supply because I would prefer it plugged into AC power. And by rebuild the power supply, that means I need to get a reactive micro just replacement power supply kit because there's no rebuilding the sketchy power supply that came with this computer. Let's see here. Ah, all right. Let me catch up with the chat while I try to get my mind off of where the power supply is, and then maybe I'll remember where it is. Let's see here. Oh, wait. Oh, hi, Cass. Welcome. Yes, let's see here. And Jesse says going from that second shift back to first shift was rough for me today. I think I was just dreading what awaited for me when I got to work. Jesse, I had 2.5 weeks off work and adjusted to the rest of the family schedule. Kib says, I forgot how easy it is with KDE Connect. Finally, I can lay down and yet still chat Cool. Yep, remembers he forgot bread. Oh, good night, Bianca. Yeah, Jeremy says, I find that if I stop looking for something, I'll find it when I'm not looking for whatever it is. Yeah. Kib says, don't we all do that? Yep. Okay. Let me try a different memory tactic. What else uses that same power adapter? All right, let me go upstairs. Let me double check that I didn't like take it upstairs, or maybe I thought I saw it down here, but maybe it was upstairs where I saw it, and because I've tried to do a little bit of organizing. Oh wait. Oh, now I adapter I saw down here, I bet. Okay, I think it is upstairs. Now I remember. Set it there to plug something else into it. All right, I'll be right back. Surprise, that was wrong too. I did find it. No, the power adapter that I had found down here was actually a different one that looked similar. The one in my media room was not the right power adapter either. This one was in my kitchen. I had to use it to power a disk duplicator dock that I had bought on eBay to more easily erase some hard drives. And I'm crackly again. Well, all right, let me fix that. All right, so hopefully that fixed the crackly sound. I do have a I have a wrong direction. I have a coffee goal. You can see the bar right there. Links in the description below. As maybe I just need to break down and buy a new microphone for the basement because I think I might be seeing the effects of buying a used, slightly damaged. And yeah, I don't need to make the video big for you to see it, but I will. Yeah, a slightly dented microphone. There is actually a video on my channel where I tried to fix it, and well, let's just say that I fixed it. See, there, I fixed it again. Oh, no, it wasn't a kitchen appliance that runs on a 12-volt power adapter. It was a StarTech disk duplicator dock that needs a 12-volt power adapter. It and I bought it on eBay. It didn't come with the power adapter. So before I bought one for it, I decided I would just use what I had to test it. And well, actually I have now that I've confirmed it works, I forgot to order one for it. But yeah, it's like a StarTech disk duplicator that will duplicate 2 SATA drives, but the cool thing is it has an erase feature. So granted, yes, it only zero wipes the drive, but that was totally fine with just zero wiping the drive. Anyways, I'm going to plug drive 2 into the spot that's marked drive 2 in a really awesome font. I'm going to put drive 1 in the spot marked drive 1. how did it get dented? You would have to ask the eBay seller that I bought it from, and that's assuming that that seller knew, because I don't remember if I bought it from someone that looked like they were the end customer that had dented it and were like, oh, yeah, we probably broke it. Or if maybe they were a seller that resells things that were returned to retail stores and maybe it was a damaged retail return. But yeah, it was. I fixed it in the uh, cosmetic sense that I just simply put a windscreen on it so that you can't see it's dented. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's seemingly worked for 2 years, so it's like a minor regret that it's a minor regret at this point. I think if anything, I regret buying a Blue microphone because Logitech owns Blue and they also own Streamlabs, and Streamlabs was tricking people into thinking Streamlabs OBS was OBS and it wasn't. Then, yeah, that whole debacle. So it was kind of more of a regret that I even indirectly supported Logitech at the time when their other subsidiary was completely lying about the nature of their product. So, yeah, maybe a sense of regret there. Hi, Retro Techer Die. Welcome. Thank you for Retro January. Jeremy says, does your mic have a metal mesh? I may have a method to pull the dent out. Well, it is a metal mesh with very small openings, but there's something under the metal mesh that I think is a basic windscreen. Jeremy bought an on USB mic and it works fabulously. I may have to check it out. Scarlett says, I think Trina sneaks into your house and moves various parts around, so you have to go hunting for him. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I knew how it got dented. It's quite interesting. But anyways, I got a video on my channel where I tried to repair it and I could not get the dent out because it is like a very strong mesh. All right. So, Saturn clone card, that gives it 128K of RAM. Plus, it'll act as the language card, being in slot 0, and you don't have to connect a cable. Oh, wait a minute. I just noticed. I need to pull this card out. One of the memory chips is one of these chips is not like the other. Yeah, let me go ahead and reseat this memory chip. I don't know. I do not know how in the world it got. Oh. Okay. All right. Let me just reseat all these socketed chips in this board because thermal expansion, maybe? All right, there we go. Now that RAM chip isn't hanging out. Yeah, the chip was crawling away. Yes, I realize on is a Walmart special. Gutbomb has an on VR headset thingy. Well, I'm about to have an on Apple II I'm about to have an on computer. Oh. Um well, I don't think it's supposed to do that. Maybe I might need to. Okay, the keyboard is plugged in. Maybe I should remove the. Oh, wait a minute. This card might have not been in all the way. All right, let me try that again. Well, that doesn't look right. Huh. The drive is spinning, but the graphics look all screwed up. Let me remove the super serial card. All right, that definitely wasn't right. Let me remove the Saturn card. That's not right. Let me remove the Disc 2 clone card. That's not right. Um, yeah, that's 12 volts. Center positive. All right. I do not know what is wrong, but it would appear as if computer is not talking to me. All right. Okay. I have confirmed 12 volts center positive. Okay. All right. I guess I will check the voltages on the plug. All right. So I can see from the silkscreen marking that this should be a ground and this should be plus 12. And that is definitely not plus 12. All right. That is definitely not negative 5. Oh, wait, did I turn this on? Okay, interesting. All right, let me check it this way. All right, that's common. That is no voltage. That is 5 millivolts. All right, I'm not. Huh. Yes, the keyboard is plugged in. Yes, the keyboard is definitely plugged in. That was actually the first thing I checked when I saw that pattern. You couldn't see it because the keyboard was off screen, but yes, I can see that the keyboard is plugged in. And now I will show you that, in fact, the keyboard is plugged in. No, the problem seems to be... All right, that's off. So my 12-volt power adapter has power. My 12-volt power adapter has... It is center positive. It is 12 volts. Yes, I've tried turning it off and on. I'm actually trying to measure voltage at the Pico RC because I want to see what it's doing, but it does seem as if it needs a load to power up. All right, the Pico power supply is plugged in. All right. Well, unfortunately, I don't really. I would rather like to know what it's doing before I try to plug it in with the logic board, but I really don't want to unthread the power barrel adapter, but maybe I should try a more expendable board. Although, honestly, if this power supply did something, it's already done it. So, all right, I will very quickly. Okay, well, that was 5 volts. So, red on the Molex was 5 volts. That's 12 volts. I I wonder if I've had more chips fail. All right, good night, Rudy. Yeah, I'm wondering if I've had more chips fail. All right, so let me unplug the keyboard. I mean, could I have had the keyboard plugged in backwards, maybe? I don't know. I don't think I did, but it's not very well marked at all. All right, let me see what it does without the keyboard connected because. All right, I do know that without the keyboard connected, it does something weird. All right. Hmm. Repeatedly beeps. So repeatedly beeps, kind of garbagey stuff on screen. All right. So the keyboard one can be really bad. The sockets on this board suck. Yeah. Oh. Actually, they look like dual wipe sockets. Oh, Retro Techie, it's actually more broken. I seem to be doing the opposite of fixing it right now. Or rather, I'm probably playing the game What Failed Since I Last Looked at It. The show where the points are, well, the show where the points are bogus and the chips are real. It's, I'm, Oh, I always keep losing the straws for these contact cleaner things, which is probably why I sat another one on top of my toolbox that's brand new and that I haven't managed to lose the straw to yet. Uh, Send it to Rudy's Retro Intel as a gift. I don't think I could afford the shipping on this thing to Canada. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could justify putting a low price on it for customs purposes, but I don't think I could afford the shipping to Canada on this. So, yeah, probably won't be sending it anywhere. I'm hoping I can fix it instead. All right, there. I just blasted that socket. You know, you're right. I think I now remember that, yes, this computer does do weird things like that if the keyboard's not plugged in. All right, so the keyboard's plugged back in again. Oh, that's weird. I'm looking at the joystick socket, and it looks like that socket actually has corrosion in it. Oh, well, maybe I do have a bad socket in here. Uh, well, at the moment, the FCC could care less about those floppy drives because they can't make emissions if I can't turn the system on. All right. Well, I don't know. Maybe I may have to. I don't think any of the keys are stuck. How do I know if I've got this keyboard ribbon cable on the right way? Other than the fact that it's got a twist in it. All right. Does anyone know what happens if you plug the keyboard in backwards on a one of these style machines? Maybe I can find the pinout for the. All right. Maybe. Let me see if I can find the pinout for the keyboard because I suspect the keyboard is a clone of an Apple keyboard. So maybe if I can find the pinout, I can confirm where ground is. You know that these are the original 555 timer chips. I'm wondering if I should just replace them because they're those same looking original. They're the same. They have the same appearance as these Hitachi chips that were in it, where the marking is rubbing off, and it had me wondering if this had illegally cloned logic chips on it from back in the day, but I just saw something that looks worrying. All right. I'm looking for my chip lifter, which actually may still be on my workbench because I think I was using it. Or, no, it's probably in the drawer because I'm pretty sure I put it in the drawer because I was trying to put all my tools away. No, I think it's on my workbench because I think I was using it. This is why I don't like cleaning my workbench. But then it gets to the point where I have to clean it. And then I misplace things and can't find them. And then I have to let you all play the game of when will Justin find it? Because I have my favorite chip lifter tool. And I prefer to use that. But I don't know what I did with it. Should be. Okay. It's not in the drawer. It's not supposed to go back in. Maybe it's. There it is. One of the drawers in my tool chest won't open all the way. All right. Let me see. I'm trying to find the socket that I saw that had a chip in it, and something didn't look right about the socket. Was it? All right. Let's do this. Maybe this will. Did I try hitting it? No. I haven't tried percussive maintenance because I find that generally doesn't work as well on computers. Because computers could have the power to, like, just send you out of the airlock. Alright, so this is the joystick socket, and, ooh, that... Okay, that socket looks awful. That looks downright awful. Alright, well, I think the chip that I saw that... I'm kind of thinking maybe if I look at it with the microscope, maybe I could see if it looks green without having to remove a bunch of chips. Actually look. That socket looks really weird. Maybe that was one. Alright. What happened here? That looked awful. Um, think I'm going to have to contact clean a bunch of sockets because I think there's a bunch of corrosion in some of these sockets. I'm not Constable Benton Fraser there, Retro Techie. I don't need to lick it to know that that's corrosion. Well, I think my problem might be corrosion related. And this is just a random chip. So, alright. Well, I don't know. I may just have to like replace all of these sockets because something is up with them. I mean, that doesn't look particularly good still. Have you ever wondered what brushing your IC sockets look like in extreme magnification? Now you know. Dear, 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 dear. Okay, I think I need a stiffer toothbrush. Here. Have any toothbrushes my dentist gave me that are too hard for my gums. Oh, actually, probably none. I think they finally made. Yeah, I keep getting a soft toothbrush. Someone's doing it. Can I start? Retro Techie saying remove the CPU. Yeah, I probably should. Oh, that's kind of weird. There's actually corrosion on the board. Well, I think I might have to ultrasonically clean this board. Which means I'm going to have to remove the ROM chips because I don't want to risk losing the labels. Yeah, let me remove the CPU. Swap chips with your known good Apple II Plus. I don't have a known good Apple II Plus. I actually don't have an Apple II Plus. Now, if someone wanted to send me an Apple II Plus, I would not turn that down and I would be grateful for the gift. But I don't have an Apple II Plus working or non working. Ew, that socket is. I think all these. That's the CPU socket. That looks awful. Yep, I think you can. I think you can repeat what you said about those sockets. I I might have to replace. I might have to replace all the sockets on this board. Like, all of them. Or at least remove all the chips and ultrasonically clean the board. Yeah, that's the CPU socket. That's like okay, that's weird. All right, let me see if I can get my microscope to stay. Come on, stay. Stay. Okay, fine. I'll move the board. Oh, that's what a tweezers with flux on it looks like. Uh, let me grab a different pair of tweezers. Because if you're looking at the board, you probably might see what I was about to do. Alright. What is that? I mean, I think it might just be a thread or something, but that's weird. Okay, whatever it was, I think I knocked it loose. Yeah, I'm like, someone will if Steve's still streaming, someone will let him know all the fun he missed out on by not buying this computer at the swap meet. Or actually, maybe I should pop into his chat here real quick and let him know. I think I'm gonna pop into Steve's chat real quick and let him know of all this fun that he's missing out on by not buying this clone. Retro Techie saying put it away and play some Atari games. Well, actually, I may have to put it away because I don't think I can fix this tonight. I may have to go upstairs and get my Apple IIe to test this disc controller card. I got bombs on both streams. Well, you'll have to let me know what Steve says because, well, I obviously am not playing his stream because, well, Windows Defender can be distracting enough as it is. I don't think I need to play Steve's streams audio too. I'm I'm thinking this is going to be a. Uh, hey, Vborg, welcome. I am quickly figuring out that computer needs more work, like way more work. Like, I'm probably going to end up pulling every chip out, ultrasonically cleaning the board without the chips in the sockets. Probably have to give all the IC legs a scrub with something, putting them back in, and might have to replace a bunch of sockets anyways. But Vborg says, guess who has two thumbs and has to go back to work now that the new year is over? This guy. Well, I was at work today, and that after having been off for a little over a week, my brain was not ready for that yet. Well, that socket actually looks. So I'm looking at the two 555 timer sockets here, real quick. No, that kind of looks like there's something in that socket, too. Also, that socket actually looks like it might be a decent socket because it's an Amphenol socket. I don't know. Yeah, I wish I had something to test 555 timers in. That looks better. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's check the other 555 timer socket because, although I think that's the one that handles. One of these, I think, handles the cursor, and the other handles reset. And I don't remember which is which. So I might as well check them both. I mean, the sockets on this end of the board don't seem as bad as some of the ones up here, like that one here. Oh, the spot that my microscope is not wanting to stay there. Like, that's the joystick port right there. That's pretty badly corroded, and I suspect some of these. Actually, that chip looks like it's got minor corrosion on it. Yeah, that. The 558. Maybe I should. Okay, I should probably pull that 558 out and hit it with some contact cleaner. At some point, I'll just, I'll just say that, well, I gotta ultrasonically clean the board because there's just too many sockets that are corroded. All right, well, that game port socket. Oh, yeah, let me, me get the icy legs a little bit too. All right, let me see what it does now. No. Oh wait, I may have to plug the keyboard in. That's right. Oh, let me go to capture input. Okay, well that looks like different behavior than it was doing. So let me maybe plug the keyboard back in. Because maybe I got the few chips that were corroded. Because that might have been it trying to run its self-diagnostic. No. Well, all right. All right, let me pull some random. Well, actually, let me rephrase that. Let me pull some semi random logic chips from the board. There is a selection criteria here. From the 74 LS chips that are on the board, I am going to pick some of the random Hitachi ones. Normally, the Hitachi chips are reliable, seemingly. However, on this board, a bunch of the Hitachi chips have their printing rubbing off, which has me believing that they may not actually be Hitachi chips. So I am going to pick a few of them because I know they are original to the board, and I am just going to randomly pick a few, use my XG Pro, and run a test on them and make sure that my random selection is working. And of the ones I'm going to test, I am going to pick the '74 LS74 here on the row where the keyboard is. Oh, wait, hold. Let's see here. Slam device logic IC test. There we go. That's right. All right. So my first random selection is this one here. The 74 LS74 in at A11. If you're referencing the numbers on the board, which I do not know how closely those might relate to the Apple designations. All right. In. All right. And it tested normally. And I guess when I do this, I will clean the socket. Or I'll put some contact cleaner in the sockets and reseat the chip. All right. because it's kind of like this machine is acting like there's no keyboard connected. So I'm going to next randomly select the 74LS151 that is by the keyboard connector, and you might notice my pseudo random selections are not quite as random as one might think. Okay. And that chip is seemingly working fine. I'll put some contact cleaner in there. I should maybe pull the other chips on this row and do the same, but these sockets actually don't look too bad. But if I pull a chip, I'm going to remove it. Now, the next one I'm going to pick is this mystery chip that I can tell is one of the markings have rubbed off it. Chips, and I'm going to have to put it under the microscope to see if I can even tell what it was. LS166, although granted, yeah, I could see what the socket says. 74-166. Now these sockets look fine in comparison. Okay. I'll still put contact cleaner in it. Looks like whatever's on this board maybe is in the part of the board where the cover is. Maybe something got on the board in storage. Yeah, that tested fine, so that's probably not it. Maybe this was in an attic and it got wet from a leak at some point. All right. And the last one I'm going to pick is the 74LS00. It's also one of the Hitachi chips that's original that kind of looks weird. And if this is good, then I am going to then pick some random chips. All right. 74LS00. All right, that one's fine. All right. Oh, contact cleaner. Let me pick the... Looking to see if there's like a bus transceiver or something. 74LS. Actually, I'm going to test the 74LS138 here. I think I had a couple of those go bad. All right. Well, that one's fine. All right. How about this 74 74LS139? Oh, I never looked up the keyboard pinout to see if I could figure out which is grounded and which is 5 volts. Dun dun dun! 74 LS 139, 74 LS 139. Well, we have our first loser. I know it's probably not nice to call logic chips losers, but well. I wish I could. Oh, hey, Will. Well, the. There we go. We got a bad logic chip. The 74 LS 139. It is one of the original Hitachi, well, so-called Hitachi chip. The jury's still out whether it actually is a Hitachi chip. It has gone bad. It looks like, yeah, the what's that? Whatever line or pin 4? High low, high high high. Oh, that's okay, Will. All right. Let me see if I can find the spare logic chips I have for this computer, because it looks like I may need to swap a few more out. All right. Well, I'm going to check all of the. All right. As I've been doing for this computer, every time I replace a logic IC on it, I'm putting the bad one in a special bag, because whenever I manage to do a video on this computer, I want to have all of the bad chips that I've pulled off of it. All right. Somewhere I have a little anti-static foam pad that has a few more logic chips that Sorcerer Stan sent me, and I don't know exactly where that has managed to wander off to. It probably hasn't gone far, but I'll use these. No, I don't. I will have to order sockets to replace sockets. I do not have enough sockets to replace sockets on this board. Also, quite honestly, if I'm going to work on a board this large and replace that many sockets, I probably really need to go somewhere where I can use a board preheater, because I probably need to preheat the board. Because if I start replacing sockets, as many that I see that are questionable, I'm going to replace all of the sockets, which seems unnecessary and yet necessary at the same time. I am using contact cleaner though. I know there's a bunch. So anyways, I got to find the 74 LS 139s in these tubes of chips, because the good news is there are part numbers on these tube chips, but however, Jamco used their part number, so, and I don't know what part is what without having the invoice from the order. So instead, I'm going to go by the method of I'm trying to find my flashlight, which I know I had yesterday, and it should still be on my workbench, although not a guarantee. Heck, it's looking less likely like I left it on my workbench. Hmm. Well, I shouldn't be too hard on myself. I do have a computer keyboard sitting off to the side. Yeah, I'm just kind of to the point where as much as I see on this board, if I start replacing sockets, I'm there are a number that just look like there's corrosion in them of some amount. I do know the joystick. This one has to go. It's definitely corroded to the point of no return. All right. I know I had the flashlight on my workbench yesterday. I was using it to search for parts. Okay, I know where there's another flashlight, but I don't know how far it rolled under the desk. All right. If I can't find the first flashlight, let me push the one that I saw yesterday. It's like under the workbench, like just too far to reach from either side. Let me find something and push it to crack it. There we go. All right. There. Now I've got my. Hi, Thomas. Oh, well. At the moment, I'm replacing more logic chips that have failed on this computer. Let's see here. Okay, I don't think they're in that tube. 194s, the 153s, 153s, 283s. They're not in that tube. See here. 245. Let's see, 161, I think. Let's see, that's not 194s. Oh, I hope this isn't a case I've already used all the 139s. That's a 138. 38. Those are 138s on that side. 74. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright. I go to Jamco's website and look up the part number because four six six two three. Alright, which of these tubes has 46623 written on it? 46623. Or none of them. Okay. Oh, wait. I think I see the chips that. The leftovers from what source Oh, wait. A box Hold on. I think I've got a box that I made that had chips in it that I need to if I can find it. But I thought I put it over here. All right. Well, it's beginning to look like computer is not going to cooperate today, but I guess I should figure out what's bad to know what I need to order someday. Maybe I did not make a box. All right. I know that I set aside chips in some form because it was just an assorted box. Oh, this it? Oh, this might be it. Ah, okay. This might be it. All right. All right. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what this box was for. Whoever sent it to me paid $41.60 in postage. All right. Well, there's, I think, my 555 timer chips. If I think those have gone bad. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Okay. No. Let's see here. These are. Well, I think I'm probably going to end up going upstairs and getting the Apple IIe so I can at least see if those drives even work. I don't I don't think I've got any 139s on hand. Oh, I just found the part I was looking for the other day. Surprise, I found my other Glitchworks real-time clock chip. It was stuck to the back of that. All right, well, I'll probably remember where it is now. All right, for some reason, I don't see the chips in here that Sorcerer Stan gave me, at least the remainder of them. I do see the cache chips I was looking for the other day in here. All right, that's good. A bag of assorted chips I got from Jamco that are just loose. Oh, there's the 558 chips I got off eBay. There's 2 random 4 GB DDR3 modules. No, none of this is the thing I'm looking for. Okay. Nothing in here that I'm looking for tonight. However, there are things in there I was looking for previously. See, I've got a computer that. Oh yeah, the Emerson Matrix 2000. I've needed to put a actual module in it that's not like completely hacked up. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of like, oh, yay. I'm up to 9 viewers again. Also, I see my audio stream might have dropped out there. Well, to the 9 viewers out there, thank you for joining my stream. There are some streamers I have trouble competing with, and Steve is one of them. But yep, it's kind of one of those. Sometimes you got to stream when you can, and this was probably the night Steve could stream. All right, I unfortunately cannot fix this tonight. So I'm going to have to put the red X of shame on the chip that's failed, and I'm not even sure I want to test any of the other chips because. All right, let me see if I can find the foam thing of chips I'm looking for. It's most likely under stuff that I set aside on the workbench. Well, okay. Let me move these 2 things here. Move the keyboard off to the side where. Oh. I didn't realize computer was not working, or I probably wouldn't have. Yep, if I knew computer wasn't working, I would have just not even bothered. Ah, there's the chips I was looking for. I know computer worked last time. Now computer's not working, and I'm putting myself on a limited computer purchase budget this month. So probably won't order many parts, and that's kind of why I don't even want to know what's bad on this computer, because I probably won't order them this month. Probably something I try to do every winter because my electric bill goes up because it's cold outside, and well, the some of the money I would spend towards computer parts is instead going to go to the electric company. So yeah, that's why I'm not going to buy parts for computer this month, probably. I don't know. Maybe the electric bill won't be as high as I fear it's going to be, and then I'll be able to order a few more things than I expect. But quite honestly, I'm probably expecting the electric bill I get mid month is going to be a really high number that I don't want to see. All right. Okay. Let me go upstairs. Let me get my Apple IIe. I at least want to know that this disc controller card works while I'm in the return period. Although, honestly, it doesn't matter if it doesn't work because Rudy'd probably buy the floppy drives from me. The heat pump. But I got a big house. Yeah, I guess it's basically electric heat, so it's a big house. Yeah, I guess I'll go get the Apple IIe. I would at least like to know this controller works. I can test, or well, I can at least make sure the super serial card appears to be not causing malfunctions because there is something weird on one of the pins. Yeah, I might need something on that super serial card. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, and hopefully, my stopping and starting the camera fixed the crackly audio issue that seems to happen every time I go to be right back. I wish I knew why it did it, but I don't. Anyways, I have my Apple IIe, which hopefully is in working condition. It also just simply needs the AC power cord that. Oh, okay. I got the end of that here. And good night, Will. I don't know if you're still lurking or you probably dropped to go to bed, but yeah. Um. Anyways, I don't know how many. Actually, I don't really care how many likes I have on this live stream, but if you haven't already, smash that like button. Because I almost postponed my stream when I saw that Steve had scheduled one, but I thought, oh, maybe he won't go for too long, and well, he's still going. Still I'm well, I was kicking myself for not postponing it. So I took a break to remember that not every night is your best stream night, and well, we'll press on anyways. Also, I drank a lot of coffee today at work, so you can probably figure that I need a short break. The fact that they have free coffee at work was, well, I was able to enjoy that today because I had to go back to work. All right, I've plugged the disc controller card in. This Apple II should just work. It's got a weird. No, it's not really weird. Oh, oh, okay. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, it's Well, in reality, that will probably help me be able to join your stream to support you as you start streaming. But yeah, and hi, Ron. Welcome. Okay, at least my Apple IIe still works. All right. I wish computer worked, but well, computer needs more logic chips, and I'll just have to. Oh, I'll just have to wait until I can order logic chips, and then maybe I'll feel like testing to see which ones are good and which ones are bad. All right, I have put Oregon Trail in the drive because it probably doesn't really matter what I try. But let's see here, PR pound 6. Oh, I probably need to turn caps lock on. Yeah, I just didn't want to. I didn't realize that computer was that far gone. Okay, well, that booted. Now let me go actually grab the actual disc I probably should have booted. All right. There we go. Computer inspector. All right. Control open Apple reset. Oh, that's so nice of having drives that don't have to hit the end stop multiple times to find track 0. All right, let's see here. Disk drive test. Oh, that's weird. Okay, that was really weird. Hold on. Oh, escape. Let me try that again, because I thought normally Computer Inspector gave you a chance to tell it which drive to use before it just went off and ran a test. Maybe do I have something laying on the keyboard? All right, maybe one of the. All right, disk drive test, drive speed. There we go. Yeah, because I was actually going to. Okay, I must have had something laying on the keyboard that I didn't realize that I did. I've got the drive cables draped over the edge of the keyboard. Maybe one was actually hitting the enter key or something. All right, use arrows to move, then press return. All right, I do have a blank disk in the drive. Well, that doesn't seem right at all. And yet, if the drive speed was that far off, how did I manage to boot? All right, drive speed. Let's try disk 2, drive 2. Okay, I do not believe that one bit. Um, that made no sense. That made no sense at all. I don't trust those readings at all. I don't know if that's because this is a clone card and maybe Computer Inspector can't do its job with a clone card or what, but those readings are not seemingly not correct. I may have to ask Rudy about that if he recognizes those symptoms. But let me see. This disk drive appears to be having problems. Oh, was the disk bad? Actually, huh? Actually, maybe that disk might actually be bad. All right, let me try another blank disk if I have one. Or maybe I'll just drop Load Runner instead. All right, there we go. There's another blank disk. All right. Okay, let me try a general operation test on drive 1. All right, now this is the point of the stream where I wish I had an Apple II disk controller that had the 20-pin connectors on it so that I could plug these drives into a disk 2 controller to see if maybe it's something funky with the controller. But I do not get that. I don't know if Ron's maybe there and watching and might recognize the symptoms. But yeah, not not a consistent RPM on the drive, and yet the drive was able to boot. Or I'll contact Rudy and point him to that timestamp and see if he recognizes the symptoms, because that that honestly looked like I was getting bat day something weird. Ron says if it boots, it's good enough. Okay, well, that's good enough for me. I guess since it boots, it's probably working. Okay, so my clone disk controller card works. The two immaculately clean drives that came with it work. Yeah, maybe I should swap the ribbon cables and boot Computer Inspector from the other drive. And if that works, then it's probably good enough. I guess I could take a look at a third drive I have down here. I think Ron says it's good enough for the Goonies, so it should be good enough for all of us. Okay, works for me. All right. So let me turn off the Apple IIe so that I don't do anything silly. I'm going to swap the ribbon cables so that the other drive is disk 1. Because, yeah, this is indeed a clone disk controller card with a hastily made IC cover, because the sticker that was on that IC is no doubt floating around in some other Apple IIe out there somewhere, or Apple II Plus or something. All right. All right. Well, that was nice not hearing it slam. Well, that does appear to be it booted. Okay. Well, that worked. Other than there's definitely something in one of those drives that is actually, I think I do need to open the drive up, because there's something in the drive that is leaving some particles on the vinyl part of the floppy disk. So I think that foam pad that looked like it was okay inside of it might actually be in shedding, because that is actually about where the little bits and pieces I'm finding are. All right, I'm gonna try booting Oregon Trail, because that'll load a little bit more data. All right, that looks good. Yeah. All right, I'll I guess maybe I can. All right, let me take a look at a few other things while I'm. Actually, I don't know how to test. I don't know how to test these serial cards. Although I could. Although this chip had something on it, I need to clean that off. All right, let's take a look at this other floppy drive that I got. So these two drives came with this disk controller card, or this disk 2 clone. I would have probably bought this disk 2 clone even if it didn't have drives, but I wouldn't have paid what I'd paid for it. So anyways, what did I pay for this disk 2 clone card and the two slimline floppy drives? $99 plus shipping. Well, shipping wasn't. I think shipping was fair because they did put it in a flat rate box, but they were also in California, so that flat rate box would have cost them somewhere between $17 and $20. So and I think they charged me like $20 shipping. So I think I think overall they were probably trying to charge as close as they could to what it was actually going to cost them. So I think it was probably fair shipping. All right, let's take a look at this drive here. Well, I got the controller card I can plug it into. So it's one I picked up probably earlier in December. It was just the drive because I saw it and I was like, well, it doesn't come with a disc controller card, but at least it's obviously a clone drive. So I think this is I want to say this is an Alps mechanism just because it's got the door that comes down like this, but we'll see when I open it up. So those two drives I just had on the bench had kiosk mechanisms in them. I think this one might be an Alps. I do like the color matched screws, so I'm going to try to be as careful as I can removing them. But this drive is a bit dirtier on the faceplate of the drive, so I'm thinking I'd probably definitely need to clean the drive heads on it. Although I'm also hoping, because of the way this drive assembles, that maybe it won't take as long to take it apart. I'm kind of hoping the top will just lift off now. Yep, there we go. The top is off, and this may be a tandem drive. Oh, probably won't be able to. Oh, the bottom. Oh, I might be able to. I think the bottom might just come off, and maybe we can see. Oh, there we go. It's an Alps drive. I called it correctly. Ooh, it does have a belt though. But the belt does seem to be in good condition, so I'll give it a try. But I think this will take the same belt as the C64 drives because I think it might actually be the same mechanism. But I may not even need to replace it. All right, let me get a swab here and well, that was nice of him to socket this IC. I'm wondering if that's the one that goes if you plug the cable in backwards. After all, Apple's apparent opinion on the matter was, "Oh, you plugged your drive in backwards. Oh, too bad." Yeah, too bad we didn't put a key on the cable so that you couldn't plug it in backwards. Here, buy another disk drive. Actually, that was fairly clean. Did get a little bit of excess isopropyl in around the spindle, so let me, or the drive heads. Let me top some of that up. And then yeah. Yep, Jesse says, oops, now give us more money. Whoop. Oh, there's a little bit. Oh, there we go. There's a little bit of dust in this drive. Actually, this drive is actually fairly clean too. Other than the faceplate, which that's not to say that. All right, I guess while the heads dry for a moment, let me clean the. Let me see if I can't clean the grime off the faceplate because it is kind of grungy looking. Tonight's cleaner of choice is just simply some foaming glass cleaner. Oh yeah, that's actually. Oh, I think that's doing it. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, that actually looks much better. Let me see if I can get those corners there. There we go. Oh, that looks much better. Oh, other than the little bit here around the door. There we go. There we go. Now I can put this back together and we'll give it a test. Also, this drive so much easier to take apart for cleaning. But yeah, this is a BAL 500. Probably just another generic clone drive, but with an Alps mechanism. And it was also made in Japan, interestingly enough. It seems like both of the floppy drives models I've had tonight are made in Japan. Of course, the mechanisms are Japanese, so I guess it makes just as much sense for the drives themselves to have been made in Japan. I wonder if maybe Alps and Yak maybe made these. I mean, looks like they're private labeled, but I'm wondering if maybe those companies made them and then private labeled them. Adam says all the best stuff is made in Japan. Hi, Adam. Yes, well, my Apple II clone is once again not working. So I kind of gave up on it for tonight. I'm going to have to test all the logic ICs again because I found one that had failed just waiting for me to use it. And I'm going to have to like pull all the I think I'm about to pull all the ICs and ultrasonically clean the board because some of the sockets are corroded. I should probably just replace the sockets on the board because they're dual wipe sockets, but they're not really great, especially with corrosion on them. Anyways, the first two drives that I had that are TIAC mechanisms inside, they both work. They're giving some interesting RPM data in Computer Inspector, and Computer Inspector doesn't think they're working correctly, but they both will boot Oregon Trail, and they will both boot Computer Inspector, which leads me to believe the drives are actually working, and maybe it's the clone disk controller that disk Computer Inspector doesn't know how to interpret what it's sending back. Also, the TIAC drives in those floppy drives have track zero sensors, so it's quite nice having a drive that doesn't just slam its head against the end stop. I don't know if maybe that's something you've encountered with clone floppy controllers, or Ron was saying that if it boots, it probably works good enough. I'm not going to worry about, since the drives seem to work, I'm not going to worry about the fact they're not reporting the correct RPM. It just seems like asking for trouble to adjust potentiometers when it doesn't seem like the because both of them did it. But anyways, I'm gonna try this drive I just cleaned. Test if you can write a file. Okay, that's a good test. Yeah, I'll try that. Anyways, I pulled my Apple IIe into service for testing because the clone is in need of more work. Okay, let's see here. Oh, let me, I guess, put the Computer Inspector disk in this drive. See if it boots it. Well, that's weird. I'm going to have to take the drive apart again. Something's keeping the disk from inserting. Yes, there is. Okay, I'm going to take this drive apart. There is something that prevents the disk from inserting. Adam just got two more half-height TX style drives. I want to mount them both inside a full-height shell and make a stacked duo disk. Ooh, that sounds cool. All right. Well, at least this drive is easy to open because I'm going to have to open it again. There is something preventing the disk from going in. Oh, I gotta unplug the Apple IIe. What do you know? It's like there's like something that's keeping it from going in more than 3/4 of the way. Maybe there might be something stuck in the drive. I mean, I don't know what happened in the intervening probably nearly 40 years since this drive was made, so hopefully I can. Hopefully it's a case of an easy. Oh. Well, that's totally weird. Okay, this mechanism may need some work. So, the first thing I'm noticing right off the bat is that this hub here is too close to the bottom half, and it's something I can't really show. Yeah, there's not enough room between the two parts to even insert a disc. So there's something. I think that's what it's stopping it. It is. Oh yeah, something's jacked up with this drive. There's definitely something. So in the closed position, it looks correct, but in the open position, I mean, it's almost like the drive mechanism is bent. That doesn't seem possible. All right, well, I may have to find a new mechanism for this drive because it's broken. It's broken in a way that I don't know how it ever worked in the first place. That's the weird part. Because two, the disc is all right. So here's the bottom hub. It's a metal hub, and this is actually connected to the belt on the bottom. And then you could just barely see the white plastic top hub there. Well, anyways, the disc is hitting. It's actually hitting the side of that metal hub. Okay, that hardly ever happens, but I dropped the disc envelope onto the floor and managed to catch it between my feet. But ended up having to let it fall all the way to the ground because there's no way I could get out of the chair to pick the. Couldn't. I caught it too low for me to grab it. I think there's something wrong with this mechanism. I'm wondering if someone has messed with it before. Either that or this top part is supposed to spring up and it's not springing up all the way. Okay, now that's the part that the hmm, hmm. Almost like it's almost like is there a it seems like there should be a pivot in this mechanism somewhere right about here to pivot this part up more. Wondering if maybe it just needs lubricated. Maybe there's a spring missing. All right, let me see if by chance I don't want to steal the mechanism from one of my Commodore drives. However, let me see if either of them have a mechanism like this so that I can take a look at one that lets a disc go in to see if I can see what's out of place. It's an FDM 2121AK1. All right, let me see what drives are in the C64. The 1541s I have. That's the model I'm trying to think of. That's electronic. Watch that live stream to remember what I need to get for that drive. Great. I don't want to totally disassemble this drive to get the mechanism completely out. However, I believe this 1541 that is in the middle of being worked on, and I'll have to watch my live stream to see where I left off on it and why it's not reassembled. And I'll have to see if I already have the parts on hand to continue it. I may have just run out of time. I don't know. However, it looks like this part, this mechanism, is the same. Yes. Or it's at least close enough that I can try to see if I see the piece that's bent. All right. So, oh, that that's the pivot point I'm looking for. All right, that might be the pivot point I'm looking for. I don't see how this mechanism could be bent. Oh, wait a minute. That hub is not metal. That hub is like, how's the Apple? Oh, Thomas, the my clone computer has more failed logic chips, so I gave up on it. I pulled my Apple IIe out to test the disk controller and drives. They're at least reading disks, even though Computer Inspector reports some funny stuff. I'm now looking at another drive that I bought because I hadn't looked at it yet, and you can't insert a disk into it. And now I think I see the reason why is the the bottom the bottom hub appears to be cracked. This is the third Apple mechanism, and I think the hub is cracked, which would probably explain why it seems like it's out of place, and that's because I think the hub is cracked. Oh yeah, I think there's a crack. Oh yeah, that's definitely cracked. How in the world did that? Sure enough, this that hub is cracked. This this mechanism will never work. eBay regret. All right, I'll have to. All right, the good news is if I can find a mechanism. Yeah, I'm looking. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, I think that's the same mech. Okay, all right. I think the good news is if I can find a mechanism, I can transplant the boards. There's no way I'm gonna be able to replace the hub in this drive, so I might have to find a donor mech that is a donor mech because of some other issues, such as maybe it was in a 1541 that got crushed in shipping. I'm not taking this mechanism out because it's, as far as I know, the mechanism is working. Although, let me test that theory. Oh yeah, it is working. Oh, okay. Like, yeah, the head may be good, but I don't see how you could practically. I don't see how you could get the head off of this to transplant the head. Anyways, so this. All right. So my 1541 will go back to where it was resting because I'm not was not intending to look at it tonight. I just wanted to. Oh, that's right. I just wanted to take a look at it to look at its mechanism to see, was I crazy to think that something was wrong with the mechanism? And no, it looks like the mechanism in this Apple II drive is the hub's cracked. And I think that's the hub is cracked, which I think is causing it to be just enough out of place you can't insert a disc. So, yeah, I'll have to get some spare parts. This is a 1541. I'll continue on at some point. But this Apple II drive, well, this Apple II drive, I guess, is a parts donor now. And by parts donor, I practically mean putting a case on another mechanism. All right, well, I guess, so I don't lose any of the parts of it, I'll put it back together, and I suspect I'll be able to remember that there's something wrong with it, but all right. So this drive, I definitely overpaid for, considering it's definitely not functional status. You know, I bet it got damaged in shipping. Actually, maybe I should take a quick peek as to when I bought this because I might still be under the return period on it. Because eBay does have extended return periods during Christmas. Because they want you to buy things from them to give to loved ones and still be able to return it. And I paid $38 for it, which condition untested vintage drive. Yeah, untested. Of course you didn't. The latch on the drive does not lock. Okay, well that is a very interesting description because oh, I think I might have put the drive in the case upside down. That no, I didn't. I just had it upside down. Because it does latch. They probably didn't know how to that you have to kind of pull it forward slightly. All right, well, all right. It's going in my repair pile because I got to repair it. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Got these two drives. I guess maybe. The best way to write a file would be to boot DOS 3.3 and oh no, actually I think I just thought of a better way. I'll boot copy 2 plus. I'll make a copy of a bootable disk. And then I'll try to boot from said disk on the other drive, maybe? Or maybe I just boot to DOS and create a basic program and save it. I don't know. Actually, that should be fun. It has the virtue of being potentially quicker. However, it's been so long since I've written a basic program. It might actually be quicker to just use a disk copy program. Alright, so I'll use copy 2 plus as the test program. Oh. Actually, I forgot which drive was 1 and which drive was 2. There we go. Copy 2 plus. All right, let me grab one of my blank disks. So, oh, here we go. Drive 2. Can I just do a format disk? Hold on, let's see here. Disk. All right, format disk. Disk B. Yes. Error track 0. Press return. Let me try the other disk. Maybe I've got a bad disk. Nope, they're not formatting disks. So, well, I guess these floppy drives in the controller card are also going to go into the repair queue because it looks like maybe there is something wrong with either the controller card or the drives or both. Looks like well, I'm going to end up having to get another this controller card because I thought I had a spare. I thought when I bought all those Apple II cards last year, I sure thought I kept a spare Disc 2 controller card, the style that took the ribbon cables. However, it does seem as if I may have accidentally sold the one I intended on keeping as a spare, or I misplaced it because I don't have another Disc 2 card that has the 20-pin connectors on it. Well, at least I can't find it. I sure thought I kept one, but beats me where I put it. Which kind of leads me to believe that it may have accidentally made its way into the box that took to VCF East. So I can't. Otherwise, I would put these drives on an Apple Disc 2 card and see if maybe the problem's this controller card, or I would, or if I had a Disc 2 that had the ribbon connect. Oh, you know what I could do? Although I would have. Oh, I have to load firmware. Wait, what would that do? That would only. No, that would not prove that that's working. I was about to say I could put a floppy emu on it, but I don't know that that would actually prove that it's working. So, hmm. It would rule out that it would rule the problem out if there was a problem with the if it was the floppy drives themselves, then a floppy emu should be able to format a virtual disk. But if the problem was with the controller card, then theoretically a floppy emu, if I tried formatting a disk, it should still fail. Plus, if I run Computer Inspector with a floppy emu as the floppy drive, then theoretically it should be looking like a perfectly rotating floppy drive to the computer. Although the thing is, I've never tried it. And besides, I'd have to load new firmware in my floppy emu, and well, it's 20 till 12. I'm not going to load new firmware on it. So I guess that's about where I'm going to leave off, except if Adam could tell me, oh, hi, Jack. Except if Adam could tell me, is there like some command I can enter to see that super serial card's working? Like, can I do a PR number 2 and or something like that? I guess I could see if. All right, actually, I could check and make sure Computer Inspector sees it. That would work. All right, hold momentarily while I go grab an actual Apple floppy drive that I know is operational. And I guess in the same time, I will set these devices off to the side because something is up with them and they're taking up room on the bench I need for the Apple floppy. It's hard to plug in an Apple floppy drive from the front, but I think I managed to do it. There we go. I think that's plugged in. Jack says Thomas says I need a loop back on the serial pin. Well, if I test the super serial card, I was more thinking if it would just acknowledge its presence. Yeah, I guess I'd need a loop back on the serial pin. I might, I might have a loop back if I go look. Okay. Jack says, or I need two super serial cards. Surely I've got an image writer laying around somewhere. And don't call me Shirley. Although I don't think that's how he said that in the movie. But, well, actually, I do have two serial cards laying around, and I do have an image writer or two laying around. And I'm not Mac 84 Steve in disguise. Let's see, that's one, two. All right, so this is an Alphabets serial card that I actually bought for this Apple IIe. And then this is an Apple Super serial card. Oh, you can't see at all what I'm doing. So that's my Alphabet serial card that I bought for this computer. It actually has a Apple IIc style serial port on it. Well, the reason I have a couple image writers laying around is my brother actually got me one at a yard or estate sale. And then when Chris got all those Apple stuff from Herndon, I got an image writer from that lot. And then Chris gave me a parts one. And then technically, if you wanted to really get technical of how many image writers I have in the house, I have one that's for someone else. So in reality, I have 3 image writers and 1 image writer 2. Although one of those image writers is parts. And no, Mac 84 is not who that printer's for. Oh, cool. All right. Well, Computer Inspector sees my 2 serial cards, so that's good. All right, that's at least a step in the right direction. Yeah, it's yours, Jeremy. But if you had to get technical, though, it is an image writer in my house. So technically, I have 3 image writers and 1 image writer 2. However, the usual meaning is kind of the how many are yours in your house. So really, it would be 2 image writers and 1 image writer 2. And I've got 2 style writers. Joe says, press all the keys. Hi, Joe. I wish you were on my stream earlier. You might have, been able to provide some moral support. My clone computer is not working again. I found it has a bad 74 LS139, and that's when I stopped on it because I don't have parts. So, yeah. Good night, Joe. It, yeah, super. At least my 2 serial cards I bought work. So I guess while I've got the Apple IIe on the bench, I can at least go ahead and install the serial card. I know, Joe. That's okay. I guess I could install the serial card all the way. That would make it easier to actually use. Yeah. So I guess for anyone that might have just joined, yeah, the clone computer is in need of parts. I'll I'll it'll probably come back on the bench closer to when I'm actually going to order parts, because if more chips fail in the meantime, I want to make sure I have an up-to-date list of all the parts I need to order for it. Plus, I think I'm going to need to replace a number of the sockets because there's corrosion in some of them. Quite possible I'm going to end up just replacing them all because all of them look suspect. And then there's the fact that the original chips keep dying, so I'm like, at what point do I stop? Because I'm actually kind of worried about replacing sockets on that board. Because yeah, at least the 74LS139 is readily available. Except I don't have any on hand. I don't know why, but I mean, I might have some on hand somewhere, but I don't have any in the parts that I specifically ordered for that computer. So I'm probably going to replace all of the parts that claim it from that computer that claim to be Hitachi parts, because those seem to be the chips that are failing in ever increasing numbers, and the markings are rubbing off of some of them, which has me wondering if they're even actual real Hitachi chips. I'm quite honestly thinking they might be chips that are actually something else and marked Hitachi to make them look more expensive. After all, I don't. The only proof I have is the paint is marking. The ink is rubbing off the top of those so-called Hitachi chips on the clone computer. But after all, it was an illegal Apple II clone, so I mean, what's to say they didn't use illegal cloned ICs in the illegal cloned computer? But yeah, it seems like the Hitachi ones are the ones that are especially failing, so I'm probably just going to replace the rest of them, and I'm going to replace sockets. I might have enough. I It depends on how many of each type of socket, whether I have enough on hand to actually do it. I might have sockets on hand to do it. However, I would significantly deplete like my stash of 16 or 18 pin sockets doing it. All right. So this Apple IIe has a RamWorks video card in it. It's the card that lets you plug in a CGA monitor. I'm actually, believe it or not, going to remove that card from the computer. Well, Jack, I can probably tell you the number is somewhere between 1 and a trillion. Oh, well, Thomas is saying that the Hitachi IC pins corrode into the plastic cases. Oh, well, maybe. I'm not saying that the markings rubbing off the top is conclusive proof that they're fake Hitachi chips. I mean, it is also entirely possible that the problem is that they are 40-year-old Hitachi chips. Hitachi never designed the ink on the top of them to last for 40 years, and Jack says, I'm thinking the number's closer to 1. Yeah. I mean, it is entirely possible that I have the only MCA clone computer that didn't get impounded at the border for some strange reason. Although I suspect there were probably more than just one that made it to the States. How many still exist? Well, now that could be an interesting question. Although I don't know that it's probably particularly valuable, even if the number is small. And given how failure prone it seems to be, and Maybe if those Hitachi chips from that day are actually corroding at the pins are corroding. Maybe that explains the corrosion on the C sockets. Maybe there were Hitachi chips in those positions, and the corrosion came from that. Maybe Thomas will confirm if that's a plausible theory. All right. Anyways, I'm just going to go ahead and install this card. I'm going to put it into, because I don't have a cover for this port. I'm going to put it there. If I can finagle the cable. Oh wait, this card actually needs. Oh, it's in slot 2. Okay. Because I think when I did my research of where I wanted this card to go. Oh, hi, Bruce. Oh, Thomas Armstrong has an identical Apple boarding case. Okay. So, Jack, I think the answer is they made at least 2. Also, Jack, if Retrotech Chris was watching, he'd probably realize my reference to they made somewhere between 1 and a trillion was he had found this computer on Facebook Marketplace, and in a moment of weakness I said, well, maybe you could get that computer for me. And we were both kind of trying to look at the computer to figure out how heavy it might be. And well, Chris was like, my back is hurting just thinking about how heavy this computer is. I'm like, yeah, I'm having trouble deciding if this computer is like 40 pounds or 4,000 pounds. Because it was in some ridiculous super micro like server case that's, I don't know, it was apparently someone on Twitter recognized it as a quad Xeon server. Unfortunately, someone got it before we were able to get in touch with the seller. So, well, Chris and I will never know what was actually in the computer, but someone on Twitter recognized it as a quad Xeon super micro server chassis that would have had a super micro board in it. So it's kind of really was probably something newer than I'd normally deal with, but actually in reality, I know someone that was looking for a case that would hold a number of optical drives, and that case was big enough. So I quite honestly that's probably more. That was why I was actually going to try to get it, because I was curious enough to know what was in it. Could have gotten that case for the person that's looking for a computer that hold like 8 optical drives. I don't remember how many they want to install. And I know, confession time, I wanted the LS120 drive that was in the case. That was probably worth what we would have offered. The LS120 drive. All right. Well, yeah, it was some like super micro case that looked like it was like 2 or 3 times as wide as a normal case. It had 3 power supplies in it, and it looked like it had like 10 external 5 1/4 inch bays, at least 8, if not 10. Yeah. So I don't know if you've seen that case, but that's what Chris and I couldn't. We were like wondering how heavy this thing would be, because it was like the case is so big. Neither of us could really fathom how heavy it was. Not having a good picture on the Facebook Marketplace listing that showed the model number to be able to look it up. All right, so my clone super serial card that's made by. I'm going to pull the card out to see the writing. So this is a State Electronics or Street Electronics Alpha Bits 2. And yeah, I know it's upside down, but I can't really help that. But it's basically a clone of the Super Serial card. But you can put a print buffer on it. So, but the reason why I got this was it has an Apple IIc style serial port that goes on the back, and it had the serial port, and it had the metal backing, and it actually fills the. I mean, it looks like it belongs on the back of this computer, unlike that CGA port on the RamWorks card that didn't fill the. See, look at that. That looks like that actually. Other than other than the way I put the cable in the case, it there. Oh no, is that actually? Oh, well, the plug's a little loose. Okay, I think the cable will go in. I think it's just kind of a little loose. Anyways, look, it looks like it actually belongs there because it completely covers the opening. How cool is that? And the listing I got it from, actually, it had the serial cable. So I actually have that serial cable, and the other end is designed to go into an image writer. So it's got the DB25 on the other end. So I could actually, assuming I have that switched right, I could. Oh yeah, it's a clone of a super serial card. Jack says, I think I have an off-brand 1200 baud modem you could connect it to. I might have a 1200. I might have a modem I could connect it to somewhere. I don't know what I would do with it, a modem, but also the nice thing is if that DIN plug actually is broken, I could probably get a new one to fix it. But anyways, yeah, it's a clone Super Serial 2 card, but it can support a print buffer, and I didn't bring them downstairs. It had the directions with it, so I actually have the manual for this card. And Computer Inspector sees it. And it's midnight, so that's probably about where I'm going to stop, is having put that card in the Apple IIe. I don't have an image writer handy to actually test it. I don't know. Will I work on the Apple IIe on Thursday? Probably not. Because I don't think I can fill the stream with the Apple IIe. What you do with the modem is disable dial tone detection and dial up a second computer with modem. It would probably help to read the chat if I could get this cable to not block my screen. Oh, well, that'll be a problem I'll fix soon as I can rearrange my workbench a little bit. All right, so I guess that's where I'm going to stop for tonight. I haven't decided what I'm going to do Thursday, but I do plan on streaming Thursday. I don't know. Maybe I might be lazy and just work on the. Maybe I might continue looking at this card because I got this serial card. I do have the Apple Super Serial card here. I might actually have, if I look, I might actually have enough serial cables to actually be able to hook this card up to a printer. The thing I don't know is whether my image writer works, so I don't know. Maybe I might just get lazy and say, all right, we're going to play with the Apple IIe since my clone computer is misbehaving. Oh, One Bit Fever Dreams, you missed like the entire stream. The triumphs, the regrets, the betrayals, the me stepping over my words because apparently it was a virtual Monday and I didn't fall asleep till 3 a.m. this morning. Despite the fact that I went to bed early enough, I did not fall asleep until 3 a.m. Yeah, oh, I guess I do need. All right, I will remember to put I've got a memory card for this. I'll remember to bring that downstairs if I do, um, to put in here. Yeah. My clone computer betrayed me and it has more failing IC chips. So, yeah, I'm going to have to order chips when I can for it. I'll just add that to my list of parts I need to get, and whenever I can get them, I'll get them. But yeah, it's kind of one of those I'm not not going to I'm going to try not to buy as many computer stuffs this month, just knowing that my power bill is going to be ridiculous. Uh, Higher than it usually is because it's now winter and it's getting cold and my power bill does go up during the winter. So, yeah, don't be surprised if I don't order parts right away because the power bill. Until I know what the power bill is going to be, I may not order parts because my part money may go to the power company. So yeah, I go back to the beginning after the stream's over. Uh, Computer betrayed me, and that's why I brought the Apple IIe down so I could at least make sure that the disc controller that I bought on eBay works. And actually, I'm not totally convinced it's working, but I don't have another disc 2 controller, or at least I can't find the disc 2 controller I thought I had to be able to say, well, is it the drive? Is it the controller? So I'm kind of like, so at the moment, it's kind of like maybe a regret because something seems to be wrong. But at least the two serial cards were detected by computer inspectors, so they're probably fine. So once I can get computer back up and running, I can. So this, if you're wondering why in the world I have a super serial card with an Apple II Plus style bracket on the back, well, that's because this is for my clone computer. It has the same convenient slots in the back of the case, so I actually decided I'd put an actual super serial card in it. Yeah, I'll blame eBay. eBay eBay broke my clone computer. They wanted me to have to buy more stuff from them. Little did they know I'm trying to buy less stuff from them this month. Hi, Will. Welcome. Just trying to wrap the stream up because Happy New Year. Yes, everyone, Happy New Year. Anyways, I was really not trying to go much past midnight tonight because I didn't fall asleep till 3 a.m. So think it was just I think it was just the dread of going back to work after being on vacation. So I suspect I'll probably fall asleep sooner tonight because I was back at work. So there's really nothing to dread tomorrow because my inbox is, at least it was clear when I left work, so there wasn't like a week and a half of emails to catch up on. So, did I succeed in the stream? I don't know. It's a tough one. Did I succeed in the stated objective of the stream? No. Unfortunately, the computer needs more work. The clone needs more work. Was it a complete failure? No. I think the two serial cards I hadn't tested yet, they're probably working. So, anyways, and my Apple IIe still works. Of course, they work like a champ. So, anyways, the clone computer will be back, but it's going to require more work. I'm probably just going to Oh, Thomas Armstrong says, he's at work now. I'm the only one here. Everyone else is sick. Cough, cough. I succeeded in entertaining viewers, yes. Oh, well, this is my Apple IIe. So, but yeah, my clone computer does have a lovely keyboard. Of course, this is a lovely keyboard too. So, yeah, the clone computer will come back. I just need to order many more parts for it. Yes, yeah, I got this Apple IIe from Joe, so Joe gave this to me. So the Apple IIe is not an eBay regret. This thing works like a champ. I've had to do like absolutely nothing to it. They these things are troopers. They just work. Oh, I take that back. I did replace the reefa caps in the power supply. Other than that, I have done nothing to this Apple IIe. It just works. The floppy drive that came with it, it just works. Memory card that was in it just works. And it's also one that doesn't have empty RAM in it. So I mean, it just works. These things were built like a tank. And this was actually a computer that was in a university environment, so it was probably very well treated compared to if it was in an elementary or middle or high school. But still, these things were built like tanks. They even survived elementary, middle, and high school. So, yes, this thing is definitely I think the problem with reefa caps is they weren't designed to last for 40 years. I'm not sure they were necessarily designed to fail. I just think they weren't designed to last for 40 years. Or even maybe 30 years. Yeah, I need to recap a. Oh, wait a minute. Uh. Oh, bummer. No, I haven't ordered that. Oh, never mind. I was about to say, I need to recap a 2GS, but I haven't ordered caps yet. So, yeah. I. Yeah, the parts I let myself order this month may be a couple cap kits from Console 5. That that may be the parts I order this month because I do have a few things that really do need recapped. In fact, actually, yeah. All right. Well, I probably won't have the caps for the 2GS by Thursday. That's pretty much impossible at this point. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'll figure out what I'm going to work on Thursday. It may be the 2E. I have maybe just enough to do to it to fill a stream. But anyways, yeah, reefa caps are, yeah, they just happen to fail in a spectacular way. The plastic I don't think was designed to last for 30 years. They are paper caps. So once the plastic cracks, they absorb moisture because that's what paper does. Yeah, Jeremy, I don't remember what exact part of it I need. I think I actually need to recap the power supply, not the logic board or motherboard. Yeah, because the 2GS, it squeals when you power it off. I think that's the power supply. Because it sounds like it's coming from the power supply, not the speaker. Anyways, I think it's actually the power supply I need to recap. Although I was quite honestly probably just going to recap the motherboard. Oh, that's what you have. Oh, well. Anyways, yeah, I'll figure it out in time to schedule a stream. Anyways, I'm glad y'all joined me. I wish I could have been more successful tonight. I kind of wanted to start off with a good strong live stream for 2024, but well, Apparently, Computer did not want to play ball. Guess not every live stream can be a smashing success, and yeah, squealing power supplies are never a good sign. But anyways, so maybe I might just continue with the Apple IIe for next time and bring the image writer down here, and maybe we'll do that. Well, oh, hi, Steve. Well, I was actually about to break the stream because I didn't fall asleep till 3 a.m. this morning, so I'm kind of running on fumes right now. Yeah, you know that clone computer that you almost bought at the swap meet? Remember the one that had all those funky cool stickers where a case badge would normally go? Yeah, Jack, as Jack is saying, my stream was pre-broken. Yeah. Yeah, my clone computer has had more logic chips fail on it. It has just been sitting idle and not plugged in or anything. So I've got more failed logic chips. Some of the sockets are corroded. Actually, it looks like it may be a significant number of the sockets are corroded. So it didn't appreciate the nice drive controller that I bought for it. Oh yeah, and I don't know if the disk controller is actually working or the floppy drives are actually working. So, but yeah, I know. Well, I know, Jeremy, that Reactive Micro sells the kit for modern replacement PSU. I have slight qualms about their kit for putting it in a 2GS. Um, Mainly because it causes noise on a 2GS. In certain circumstances, you actually get noise on the bus, or not noise on the bus, noise and audio. Probably because their modern switching power supply they used is probably switching at a harmonic frequency to something else on the computer, and it can induce noise into the audio circuit. There's a note on their website. I don't remember exactly what the circumstances are, but one bit says next stream you'll get it, Justin. Deal with your Apple II with the help of Microsoft Assembler. So it's kind of I haven't really wanted to put one of their modern supplies in my 2GS because I might actually want to use the device that's affected by it. So like ugh, that's probably easier than, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind dropping in a modern supply into some of these power supplies, but well, I mean, you can look on their website and see what the noise issue is, but I mean, I don't know for a fact that it has to do with the switching frequency of their power supply. That's my guess, given what they describe. And I do know that that can happen depending on your switching frequency. If it just happens to be a frequency that lines up as a harmonic of something else or something like that. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, I'm not sure recapping that 2GS power supply is going to fix the squeal. Okay, Jack does say at least it's easy to recap. Yes. So, I now for my clone computer's power supply, I think I'll probably ultimately put a reactive micro kit inside of its original power supply because quite honestly, I think that power supply killed the number of the logic chips and I don't trust it. If you look at the inside of it, it looks like they copied someone and reduced the component count without knowing what the original components did. So, yeah, not going to trust it at all. Yeah, 2GS power supply, I'm more inclined to recap because of that noise issue with the reactive micro power supply. It's at least easy to recap. It might fix the squeal. Because actually, Gut Bomb told me that the power supply was only partially recapped, and I'm thinking that the squeal is probably one of the caps that wasn't replaced is failing. So, yeah, exactly. That's kind of why I think the power supply failed spectacularly and killed logic chips. Yeah, this part looks optional when they copied another power supply. Why did it have all these capacitors? Why are there multiple this, that's, and the others? Oh, well, can't we just connect these 2 points together and not put a resistor here? Yeah. Like, why is there a power resistor there? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's important for your switching power supply design. Yeah, Jack68. Jack says, that's a great mindset when cloning something. Yeah, it kind of, honestly, their clone power supply looks like they just omitted things without questioning why it was there. Because they probably grabbed the design from somewhere, and it's not like they could exactly call up the place where they borrowed the design from and ask, why'd you add these extra capacitors here? Those add manufacturing costs, don't you know? Yeah. Anyways, I'll figure out what I'm going to do Thursday. It could be the Apple IIe. It could be something else. I mean, I can probably fill a stream Thursday with. I've got enough other Apple II stuff I need to test. I could probably fill a stream. So maybe I'll just do the lazy thing and leave the Apple IIe on my bench and schedule a stream, and we'll go from here. Anyways, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe. And I don't know if you know of any other things you've seen about my clone computer that might be causing the issues. I know Thomas said that the Hitachi chips of that era eat themselves from the inside or something like that. Have you seen something else on the board that looks suspicious other than the corroded sockets that I'll probably have to replace? Like, oh yeah, I noticed that it had this brand chip in that location, and that chip likes to fail and like double the voltage when it fails and send it out on all the lines. I probably not that failure mode, but feel free to leave it in the comments if there's like something you saw on the board and you're like, that component likes to fail shorted and take other things out with it. But I could just go ahead and replace that component. So, but yeah, I think at the least, I'm just going to replace the rest of the Hitachi chips on that clone. But I need to figure out if I can clean that corrosion out of the sockets. And if not, I'm probably going to have to resocket probably the entire board, because as many sockets that looks like there might be corrosion in them once I lift the chips out to inspect them, there's probably not enough left to bother leaving them on at that point. I might as well just replace them too with good sockets. But yeah, Jack says, yes, the good old 14-pin dip 5-volt everywhere chip. Yeah, no, I think it is possible for these components to fail shorted. So even if it is like momentarily fail shorted before they release the smoke, but yes. Anyways, I think with that babbling, I am going to go ahead and end the stream. I'd like to thank everyone for joining. I'd like to encourage the latecomers to maybe go back and watch the beginning of the stream so that you can maybe see what was happening with the clone computer, and maybe you'll recognize a symptom and can like maybe offer suggestions. With that, I hope to see you Thursday night. If not Thursday, at another stream. I'll probably start the stream at 9 p.m. Thursday. So with that, I hope to wish everyone a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support I hope to see you next time, and until then, take care!